Good morning, everyone. Morning, 3D Medic Vince. How are you today? Hope you are doing well. Morning to everybody else. So, this is actually my second stream of the day because I streamed a little bit when I got home from work at like 4 a.m. because I need to get this micron done. So, we might be here for a while today. So, working on wristwatch BMG extruder. Because we needed something with filament runout sensors for the night owl. So we needed filament sensors before and after the extruder. And that wasn't an option with the orbiter, and also needed a version where the lever for the leaf cutter for the ant head tool head actually mounts to the mounts right here to the extruder. So there's only two options for that. One is the wristwatch G2, and Galileo 2 extruders are not easy to come by right now. And then this one with the BMG gears. I had one set of BMG gears left. How I am running out of so many parts is beyond me, but alas, we are. Anyway, so we got mount for the EBB 36. We're going to have to throw some heat sets in here, and I've got some standoffs printing because this Moon stepper motor that came with the Micron, I think it came with the Micron, is, I don't think, a 20 millimeter stepper. No, it is 17. So we'll see how that goes. Morning, Chris. How are you today? Glad you stopped by. We are building a printer. Right now we're waiting for heat set iron to heat up, but we're building a printer. So while that's waiting, start assembling these bed fans. Pretty sure that these would go together without taking. No, I think we're gonna have to take these apart. Yeah, it looks like we're gonna need to take these apart. But get the connector off of here. I think Heart K fixed this so that you don't need to take the end of your connector off to get it to feed through there, but I printed these before he fixed it. Morning, Killer Prince. How's it going? All good, man. Any of you guys that don't know, it's Mead Made. He's a fellow YouTuber. Um, he's bigger than any of us, I dare say. But if you haven't subscribed to him, go check out his channel. Even for all the stuff I do, I still learn something from his videos. As a great resource to point some people to when they're new and just starting off. Trying to learn how to use slicers and such. All right. Let me just make sure before I cut this off. But, yep, definitely needs the top off of these. So, there's these little tabs. This is a crappy camera. So, on your fan, there's these little tabs where the top connects. At least on these JST ones. And they're kind of getting in the way. So I'm going to need to cut those off. Killer Prince, how's the rat rig build coming along? I saw you were streaming the other day, but I think I was headed to work or headed to bed, one of the two. Yeah, I was headed to bed because I said something to you in chat. Said hi. All right, so we'll snip these off so this will drop down in there. Hoping to get through electronics tomorrow. Yeah, electronics can be extremely slow. I mean, I spent like an hour doing this extruder this morning, just figuring out how it went together. Because, of course, it's like one of those, here's some files, have fun. So there's no directions necessarily. And then trying to figure out how in the world they were expecting that to get wired up. So 2 filament sensors in there. And you had to solder the grounds together jump from one switch to the other because there was only room for 3 wires to actually come out the channel on the top here. You can only get 3 wires through there. Looks like this just screws in the plastic. So it looks like we're going to need a 16 millimeter button head. Hopefully this will take a 16 because it's definitely too short for a 12, too long of a gap for a 12, and I don't have 14s, I don't think, not in button heads, no. Thanks for stopping by. I'll talk to you later, man. All right, and we've got some little zigzag little wire holders here. Hold our cables in place. All right, now let's put this back together. Oh, probably bend these prongs back out. Of course. Of course. I may have pushed them in a little too far. Exacto knife time. My brother-in-law is currently running a marathon or a half marathon. Either way, it's way too far to run. They've got a bunch of races going on: full marathon, half marathon, 5K, 1K. Apparently, there's a smokers half K. Seems like the one for me. Just run around the block. Keela, you said you do quite a bit of running. What's a good time for completing a half marathon? This is being really stubborn. 19 minutes for a half marathon? There's no way. Half marathon is what? 13 miles? I could probably do that in my car. Although I don't know in a city. All right, well, this is being stubborn. So we might just recrimp these. But let's get this heat set into this. Yeah, my brother, well, there's two of them actually. They were aiming for 2 hours. They are at, see, they started at 8:20, so they've still got another 25 minutes left if they are going to hit 2 hours. they're untrained too. The younger one, he's only 18, and he just started like getting into working out in the last couple months. My other brother-in-law, he's been doing it for a couple years. He's in the Coast Guard. Coast Guard Reserves. I know this is a absolutely horrible camera, but the girls name me. I'm gonna tell them that next time I see them. I got no room to talk. Considering I've not been in any branch of the military. So, but that will not stop me from razzing him. I'm gonna tell him, I'm gonna be like, my Air Force buddy said, Coast Guard's just the girls' Navy. I think every branch of the military has to give the others a hard time. Is that part of your enlistment? Like, you agree to that when you enlist, or how's that work? Do they tell you afterwards? It's part of basic training? Mm-hmm. Friendly razzing. Yeah. End of the day, you're all on the same team. Hopefully. Hopefully you're all on the same team. Ooh. Those ones wanted to come out the top there. I don't know if you can see that or not. Turn that a little white. Just hit that with a little heat. And while the dimples aren't going away, at least they ain't white. All right. Looking to see if I can get these wires fished through without taking this bed back off, because the bed is such a pain in the butt to put on this thing. Polymaker giveaway is live on their Discord channel. If y'all need to go click and enter there. I am not giving away Polymaker filament. Polymaker is giving away Polymaker filament on their own Discord channel. So these are going to go right here in the front. Where these other covers were. It would seem that I'm going to have to take the bed out regardless. So that sucks. This rebuild is taking me so much longer than I thought it would. I really thought this would be an extremely quick project. That is very much proven not to be the case. So now we will have one 50-15 fan in the filter, pulling hot air and blowing it out up into the chamber, and two 50-15 fans blowing air across the bottom to bottom of the bed to help heat up the chamber. And it's such a small printer. That should get us some pretty decent chamber temps relatively quickly. And there's our standoffs finished. One of our standoffs. The other one seems to have gotten knocked over. All right. I'm very much so tempted just to hook these wires into this Wago with everything else. Maureen, good morning. How are you today, sir? Oh, all right. Yeah, I think that's exactly what we're going to do. Because anytime I'm printing with the Nevermore filter on, I'm going to also want the fans on the bed. So wiring them all together seems like an easy and effective way of doing that. So we're just going to twist the leads for all three of these fans together and then plug it in the Wago. Maybe. I did not leave myself very much working room on this one wire. There we go. All right, now I'll do the same thing with the negative side. Oh, you dirty rat. All right. Bed fans are connected. Hopefully none of the nuts moved in the extrusions. And this all goes back together easy peasy. So I finished installing those CNC parts on the tried it this week, and got some pretty decent input shaper results. But I noticed that my belts, where the printer just kind of sits idle in one spot, I think, well, I don't think, I know at one point I had the belts too tight. So, they kind of deformed a bit, and I'm getting weird input shaping results around that. So I think I need new belts for that. And I'm thinking about getting the GT3 belts, or the whatever the heavier duty ones are. Happy manufacturing. How's it going? Yeah, so I have a tendency to stream early. GT3 is good. Right. Yeah, I like to be able to. You're using them on the rat rig. Man, rat rig uses 9mm belt, right? That's the one thing I really wish I had, was 9mm belts on the Trident. I have no desire to do all-wheel drive, but I really wish I had. 9mm belts on that thing. Not that 6 is necessarily an issue for most printers, I do believe. It's just when you're trying to push higher speeds and stuff like that. Do you have your all-wheel drive? Is it one of those Seaboard ones, or did you do like the double T all-wheel drive setup? So I think that looks pretty good. Wonder if my whatchamacallit let me connect. Are we going to connect? Or are we going to connect? We're not going to connect. Maybe if I do this, properties. Nope. She said no. I was going to try to get you guys a close-up of it, but it is not connecting to my phone. Yes, Seaboard. You have the double T on your 2.4. How do you like that? But anyway, so also, but as my iPhone's not connecting to whatchamacallit. No, I don't want that. Yeah, so the higher belt tension is why I want GT3 and 9mm on the Trident. Because you're always going to have those peaks on your input shaping graph, but the tighter you can run those belts pushes that to the right on the graph. But yeah, so where my let me see if I can pull this up. I'll show you these graphs from the Trident. You can see where that belt is messed up. All right, so shake tune results, input shaper. So here's our x-axis. And here's our y-axis. So a couple people have told me about the monolith gantry, and I'm in their Discord, but yeah, why is gross? Uh, belts. So here's our belts. See how this is the two spots on the belt where it is routed around the motor and where it would sit with high belt tension. If you take that belt out, it just holds that shape now. And when you move, like you physically move the tool head and you can feel it as it moves past those spots. Like, it's fucking terrible. This is where we ended up. It just keeps getting worse. So I need new belts. I did just rebuild the gantry with all CNC parts. I need new belts to go with my gantry rebuild. So I've got them in my cart from West 3D. Some GT3 ones. Yeah, so I've got ceramic bearings on the XY mounts. I've got the class 9 bearings in the back. The ones in the front aren't great. They're like class 7. So I might order some, but you need 20 bearings for a gantry minus 2, 4, 6, 8, 12 ceramic bearings. Yeah, it gets expensive quick. I missed my old, well, I did RC cars. I had a sponsorship from Boca Bearings, so I just sent an email or a DM to my contact and told them what I needed, and they sent it right out to me. I actually found a bunch of ceramic bearings I had because I was going through RC car stuff because a guy hit me up on Facebook Marketplace about a for sale listing I had up from like 6 or 7 years ago, wanting stuff. So I started going through. I found a couple ceramic bearings in there, but they're not the right size for what I need. So the ones I found are this size. Now this is used. This size is used in some Voron stuff, or not Vorons, but Voron adjacent stuff. But not anything you actually need a ceramic bearing for. Yeah, that was 16, 17 years ago. So let's see. So in my front idlers, these are some Fushi bearings. Oh no, they're class 9s. So everything all around is class 9 bearings, but yeah. I don't know. So I don't think the bearings are an issue, and I just replaced those bearings recently. Talk to you later, man. All right, man. Take it easy. All right. We gotta make progress. Where were we? What are we doing? Well, I think this just got knocked over at the end of the print. I think that's all right. Yay for that. So our standoffs are done. So let's get theirs attached. And then we can get our whatchamacallit attached. That is a Doom Cube Micron Happy Manufacturing. I had it built. I built it back in late December, early January. But the inside extrusions were black, and I got purple ones. So I'm rebuilding it to replace the black extrusions with the purple ones inside. And we're also adding filament cutter to the tool head so that we can put a night owl on there. Night owl is 2 filament changer. Morning, John. How are you today? It is. It was a fun project to build. Was not that difficult of a build. We'll see how tuning it in goes. I understand getting it to work properly with those one-way bearings for the filamentalist can be somewhat temperamental. Yeah. All right, there's that. Just use some little M3 by 6s and attach our tool head mount to this. We'll get our EVB 36 and mount it over here. After we get some longer screws, that is. Building the Wolf camper to go with the Rancher. Like camper as in like tow behind your truck, go out in the woods or campground kind of thing, or is there something that I'm not aware of? What's going on here? That screw is about deformed as deformed can be. It's not straight. Threads aren't straight. Tow behind. Oh, okay. This is for the RC cars. I was just talking about RC cars. I had dug out a bunch of RC car stuff because a guy hit me up on Facebook about some Savage parts I had posted a couple years ago. So I was digging through all my RC stuff. I actually rebuilt Losi Mini T. It was my son's first RC car. I gotta get some batteries and a remote, then I'll be able to use that because my daughter has been enjoying playing with these little cheapy RC cars, but she is very much having fun with them. So we'll be able to do that together. There you go. I still want to build that 3D sets CUDA. I bought the files for it. I gotta get all the stuff to build it though. All right, I think we're gonna zip tie that right there. The camper's a 3D sets build? I didn't see a camper on their site. I'll have to check that out. All right. Let's go over here. Somewhere in here is two little flathead screws that are used to attach that. Wait. Oh, no, that's right. That's right. Oh. This tool head is taking forever. All right, there's that. Give this a chamfer. Then I need to get a drill bit and drill out the threads from inside those heat sets in that shroud, cowling, whatever you want to call it. All right. There's that. Now, this looks about right. It's because it is right. Tell you what, I oftentimes find myself wishing that I had a smaller drill, just the regular DeWalt drill, rather than the big old hammer drill. All right, there's that. Get the 12-volt skill set from Lowe's. Yeah, but I've already got DeWalt stuff. I just want the small DeWalt drill. All right, now I think we can screw this on safely. Probably come up with another reason why I need to take it off, I'm sure. But I think we're safe to put it on there. Regardless, it's not something that I use enough anymore to justify buying either one. Back when I did construction work, that was a different story. But it's been a long time for that now. Nine years now? Lord, time flies. Let's go over here to see if it tells us how long this blade needs to be. What is a mini ant head? I'm gonna have to get onto the Discord here and see what it says. Jose Ferreira won the Polymaker giveaway. Seen him in some chats before. Not in mine, I don't think, but in some others. 26 millimeters. Happy manufacturing. Thanks for the sub. I appreciate you. All right, so we need to cut one of these down to 26 millimeters. Martin, do you work every weekend? All right, get out our diamond cutting wheel. And our Harbor Freight Dremel. Whoa. Let's see if that's enough for it to go ahead and snap. All right, there we go. There's our cutting wheel, or not our cutting wheel, our cutter for the leaf cutter. Really wish I had a flex shaft, so I didn't have to do this and just kind of just always be hanging there. Got kind of spoiled with having flex shafts as a goldsmith, and I really miss them now. All right, so let's go ahead and put that in there, and then get the old dab-a-doo-ya. Okay. Who stole my super glue? Excuse me. I'm going to go hunt down my daughter because she's the one that always steals my super glue. I'll be right back. Please stand by. Clown Hammer, good morning. All right, found my super glue. My eldest daughter is like a freaking bloodhound with this. Doesn't matter where I put my super glue at, that girl will find it and she will steal it. All right, super glue. Let's get a towel. Tell you what, it's been really nice. Now it's all rainy and chilly outside. Shrimp Daddy. Oh, y'all kill me. Yeah, it's a little windy out here too. Tell you what though. I'm just glad that it's not snowing anymore. You know what I should have checked though is my basement to see if it flooded again with all the rain we got yesterday. Should have checked that. All right. So let's get our ducks attached. What is going on here? All right. Zippy. Oh, that's cute.
That seat can be for Patrick, and I can sit in the big seat so I can play with him.
That would be cool.
Yeah, I want to get it.
You want to get it?
Yeah. Dad, please.
I'm going to be honest with you. You're kind of outgrown that size scooter.
I did.
You kind of did.
It's for 5-year-olds. I already know. It's in Walmart, so it's in the toy section.
It's in the toy section at Walmart?
Yeah, I really want it. Please, can you get it for me on my birthday, please?
I don't know. We'll have to look.
Okay. I really want it.
Okay. All right. Little electric Power Wheels moped thing with a sidecar. Oh, why'd you get home at 1 a.m.? Boydie, good morning, sir. How are you? What is going on? Man, Porty, I'm sorry to hear that. Yeah. I hope that works out. Um, so my brother-in-law's finished their half marathon. Looks like in about 2.5 hours, which is fantastic. Yeah, all good, man. I just need to get this thing built. So I've got some new toys, and I need to get this up and going to print this PPSCF. Because currently it's the only printer I have that'll do temps of 320. Printing temp 310 to 350. Steve, good morning, sir. How are you? So yeah, Polymaker was kind enough to send this over, and I need to get this done so I can get the stuff printed. If worse comes to worse, I'll change out the thermistor and whatnot in the Rapido in the Trident, and then I'll be able to push that up to that temp. But right now it's got a NTC 104 thermistor in it. I got PT 1000 in the drawer for it, so it's not a huge issue, but still I want this thing finished. It's been apart for too long. 2 hours and 12 minutes on their half marathon. They're down running they got all those marathons going today down by you, Poity. I used to hate having to drive around in that. I don't know if you could see in the window, but the little one just came to the door. Ah, all right. It's down near you. uh, Down in Columbus, they're doing all those marathons today. All right. Fan duct that's not wanting to go in place. Okay, okay. All right. So I see the source of our problem. Trim off those belts. And now she fits. Belts were getting in the way. This tool head is such a pain in the butt. All right. Let's put the 2 screws in the back before this thing decides to pop out. Oh, come on. Seriously? All right, there's one. Any of you guys ever built one of the ant head tool heads? So you're building a bunch of them. I am sorry, sir. That is most unfortunate to have to build several of them. All right. There's that. Now we need our extruder. Tell you what, that Bondtech Index might actually get me to build a tool changer. That thing looks nice. Why is there so much slack in that one? Each of these belts is the same length. So let's take a look at that situation. One belt has a lot of slack in it. Yeah, let me see if I lower this down, if y'all can't see that a little bit better. The lighting in there is terrible. There we go. You can see it a little bit better now. I don't know about the white, but yeah, I don't know about the white. My only other option, though, is the midnight meteorite filament for the ducks. Because I cannot print it in the Dulles material. It needs to be able to have force applied to it. What do you guys think? Reprint them in the dark purple? What the extruder's made out of? Yeah. That ain't right. There's that one. All right. This is 85. We didn't make some adjustments on those belts. Yeah, it would. So I have glass-filled nylon. I have carbon fiber-filled nylon. And I have that PPS CF. So do we leave the white ducks on it and print new ducks in PPS CF? Would be the only black thing on it, though. Let's do this. Start a poll. Yeah, I know it ties in with the frame, but it just does not look great. But we're going to start a poll. Kegel, good morning. All right. Started a poll. They are our options. I guess I also technically just have black. I could print it in now, but I mean, if we're going to do that. Now, where are my results at? Why can't I see it? There we go. Y'all are pretty evenly split. All right. So I'm going to let that go for a bit. We are going to continue on about our way, because I need to fix these belts. We're at 85. 85. So let's give us 85 on this. Kind of hard to tell until you get it tightened down. No, that gives us 87. That's actually a lot closer even. Like that better. We'll go back. It's 85. So that means this needs to come back 1 tooth. Either need to work on your micron or sell it. Is it not done, Poity, or where's it at in process? All right, now those are all the same. Yeah, my microns kind of ended up a testing platform for some stuff too. So I sympathize with you. Where? Where'd you go? Looking for my belt tension meter. I just had it. Like yesterday. Oh, that's gonna irritate me. Did I put it in the wrong drawer? Nope. Where did I put the damn thing? Eads, how are you doing? Doing pretty good over here. Trying to make some progress. Is it underneath the printer? Which is not underneath the printer. Alright. So we are split between white and purple. Yeah, it would definitely have a conversation, figure out what's going on with your stuff, man. All right. So this goes on the top. Let's get this on here. I think putting some of this stuff on to make me feel like I've made some progress. Because, man, is it frustrating to have spent this long on this tool head. Steven, how are you this morning? Avoid cutting the grass. I mowed the grass last week. It definitely needs it again. I use the term grass loosely. Most of my yard is just dandelions. All right. These wires to the back. These wires to the front. Yeah. I don't know. I know a lot of people really, really despise dandelion. And I understand. But I don't hate them. I kind of like them. They add some color and they are a sign that the weather is warming. Because I truly hate spring. I mean, not spring. I truly hate winter. So it's a sign that that is coming to an end finally. the shade difference of what purple? What are we talking about? Oh, the ducks. Yeah, so I know that it's a different color purple. So this dark purple here is violet void. It's the only thing in that color on the printer. I have a tendency to sometimes, well, oftentimes print my tool head in a color that does not exist anywhere else on the printer. But and then you've got the Prince of Purple and the Midnight Meteorite that the rest of the printer's printed in. But I don't know that the white goes with it. I think it looks a little odd. I think it looked fine the other way around. The way it used to be was this is what it used to be. I thought that looked pretty sharp. But in order to have that cutter on there, a lot of force gets applied to the duct. One moment, please. Hello? Out in the garage working on printer stuff. Yeah. Yeah. That's a negative. All right. I love it. Bye. All right. So let's do this. We have the Midnight Meteorite loaded up in the printer in the V0 already. So where are you? There you are. All right, here's our two ducks. The only problem I'm going to have with those is it's got the wrong print surface on it. It's got a textured bed. Oh well. It'll look interesting. So if you have a channel loaded in the ERCF and just hit change tool. So it should go through the process of cutting, unloading, and doing all that. There's a setting in there when you set up for persistence. That way it remembers what's loaded from, even if you turn the printer off. So it should unload your filament and go to the next one. I don't have any filament in mine, otherwise I'd show you, Steven. Why? What's it doing? Is it just trying to move to the next one without unloading? So it's not this one. Parameters. So your log file level. So this is your log startup status. Should grab whether or not it's loaded. What happened at the end, where everything was last. It used to be called persistence. I haven't dug into this in a few updates. Some of them were pretty major. Filament recovery. Yeah, I mean, it works great. It really does. But, Steven, my config stuff is all up on my GitHub page. If you want to pull it and just dig through it in Notepad and compare it to what yours is set as, you are welcome to. This thing has a lot of updates that need to be done. Let's see how this goes. Don't push the button. Yeah. This is just updating the Pi software. All right. Where were we? I think it's going to look a lot more like a Doom Cube here with these skirts put on. Still really want to know what happened to my belt tension meter. Oh, it's just the West 3D sells them. What is it? PF makes. It's his belt tension meter. I just have no idea where it got off to. All right. Zip ties. That's what I was doing. Zip ties. Get this extra belt length out of the way. Tidy that up. All right, that's looking a little better. This one goes here. These are the skirts that are a pain. Because you've got to route the side ones, I mean. You've got to route the whatchamacallit, the wires through a little channel that's in them. So that is fun. And by fun, I mean not fun at all. Oh, that's what I forgot to do. Forgot the screws in the middle of the skirts on the top. All right, I don't think these ones are long enough. Grab the wrong size. All right. So the fun happens when it's over. Yeah. The kicker for me is when the minion getting upgraded and ERCF, I'm forced to take inventory. I'm finding I have a few LGX light extruders and enough hot ends I could start a tool changer. There you go. Yeah, so I'm not going to do a tool changer unless it's the Bondtech Index. So, Eads, I'm looking at this picture. Can I ask you a question, sir? Why do you have a brim on your ERCF part? Is it warping off the bed? Or is it, what is it doing? Do you mind if I put this, put the picture you showed me up on stream? I'm doing these updates, and so far we haven't broken anything on the switch wire. This is the one that breaks every time I upgrade it. Fair warning on that, Steven. The amount of times you have to rerun SSH to get your the SSH in and run the update for Happy Hair is significant. So pretty much every time you update that, count on having to sit down and do that. Oh, I know I'm going to have to fix something. I know it. Like I said, every time I do something with this printer, I have to. I got away with it on trying it yesterday. I updated everything on that. Yesterday or the day before, I updated everything on it. Dun, 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 dun. You know what's hilarious, Steven? Currently, no, there we go. Currently updating Clipper screen. Update Clipper. It's alright. I don't need the switch wire to print anything in the immediate future. I do need to figure out why my V0 isn't printing what it's supposed to be printing, though. Oh, now we've got an error. Internal error during... Rerun this to complete. Copy. Oh, there it goes. Now it's doing something. Get the 4.29. Oh, SSH pi at 192.168.4.29. I have two V0 I need to get to playing with once I get the others caught up. Yeah, it seems like the list of projects is never done. I must say, truly surprised that the majority of y'all say leave the ducks white. Is it because you guys actually like them white, or just because? All right. There's that device. Well, now she's happy. I don't update Crow's Nest. It breaks the camera every single time, and I just have to go back, delete it, and install the legacy version again anyway. So Crow's Nest doesn't get updated. Because I run a different version of Crow's Nest. But other than that, she's all updated. So then we go over here and push that up to my GitHub page. All right. Screws, more screws. Screws, screws, more screws. If you're going to build a Doom Cube Micron, please be aware that you will need an ass ton. An absolute ass ton of M3x8s and M3x10s button head cap screws. Like, it is an indecent amount. Run, use OS X. What are we talking about, Poity? I'm not sure what we're talking about. What about it? I don't know enough to I'm new to the Mac. I just got a Mac for the first time end of February, beginning of March. So you'll have to forgive my ignorance. Oh, you don't run Mac anymore? Oh. I'm sorry. I'm really enjoying it. So I'm doing all this crap on this thing, and it's just a baseline Mac Mini. And it's been streaming for 2.5 hours at 9,000 kilobits a second, 1080p 60. My CPU usage is under 5% and haven't dropped a single frame. And I've sliced stuff, I've done everything else. Oh, they broke things for your use case. Yeah, I mean, if it doesn't work for what you need it to do, I mean, then it doesn't work and it's not useful. No arguing that. I would love one of the new MacBook Airs. I'd love a MacBook Pro, shit, but I don't see me ever owning one of those. I don't have enough money for that. But I would love a MacBook Air or whatnot. The baseline one is basically the same thing as this Mac Mini. And like I said, I have no issues with the Mac Mini, so I would love to have one of them. I remember you doing the battery stuff the other week. So a year and a half ago, the old lady was in the hospital, and I was sitting around, and I got a text message from Verizon that they would give me an iPad free of charge. So it was a free iPad. You had to order it and pick up in store. And then, of course, you know, you got $10 a month service plan on it. But so I go on, and they're all out of iPad 10s at my store. They're also all out of basically everything. So they ended up having to, through that promotion, give me a iPad Pro, the 11-inch or model, the not the big one, but the small one, base one, the M2 version, which was the newest one at the time. And man, that thing sold me on. Like, I hadn't used any Apple products since I got rid of my iPhone back. Last iPhone I had was the 4S. And I just like, man, this is nice. And my daughter, of course, you know, had to have an iPhone, so she had already had an iPhone when we went and got phones the other year. That's what she wanted. Well, this is a rather large pain in the butt. So then, anyway, last year in June, when it was cell phone upgrade time, I went ahead and got the iPhone, and then went from there. This is a royal pain in the butt. All right, so this is all coming off. You're coming off. You're coming off. All right. So this one goes here. I tell you what I wish. I wish, because I've got the iPad Pro M4 edition. I wish that they would put Orca Slicer out for iPad OS. It's got an M4 processor, same as the regular Macs. Like, it'll run Orca Slicer no problem. You know how nice it would be to be able to be remote. And then just, oh, I like this model. Download, slice it on your iPad, upload it all from wherever in the hell you are. Use Prusa's Easy Print. What is that, Poity? Does that let you slice stuff on your phone and stuff? Okay. It's not actually slicing stuff locally on the device. It's doing it on their cloud servers and sending it, right? Now, how's that work? Can you like use your own print profiles? Does it only work with Prusa machines, or can I use? Because I don't have any Prusas. Streaming. Number two, what are you guys doing? You haven't tried anything other than Prusa machines? Hoity, did you get that XL that you were talking about the other day? All right. I don't have any money. Mom and I were talking about it earlier. Love you too. All right. Now for all of our skirts. See, now this is the problem with these. Oh, I've still got you guys on the wrong screen. Somebody say something. So, this channel here, all those wires that come up and go to the top of the printer from the bottom of the printer need to be routed through here because your Z drives are right there. So that's always a fun one to get those wires in there without pinching anything. And then get to the screw with the wires in the way. All right. There's one. Then this needs to slide over and line up there. This needs to go down in here. So yeah, I would not recommend the Dumicron as my first boron build. Maybe look into something else as baby's first printer. All right. This and this hook up. That hooks into there. All right. I think I need to start working on some of this wiring to figure out what all we have going on here. I took some pictures of this beforehand. That duct has warped off of the bed. So let's go in and cancel this one out. We'll have to reprint that. Keys to comment on a paragraph. Meaning like a print config? If that's what you're talking about, I just go line by line and put the hashtag in front of each line. Yeah, it's a pound sign in front of the line will comment it out. But if you're doing more than one line at a time, I don't know. All right. Let me pull up. I'm wanting to say highlight and press shift. Uh, looking for pictures of that I took of this. Not that I think any of them are actually going to help me at this point. This one plugs into number 4. All right, and then plugs in with it. Excellent. This one plugs in here. Maybe. I don't know. There's 2 of those. All right, I guess we gotta look up some stuff. Need the manual for this, so I know where stuff plugs in at. For the Z steppers. Oh, there you are. All right, monitor. So, the front stepper motor goes there. So, front front left is going to go into position number 3. Then this back one is going to go here. And then this other back one, as I get everything untangled out of it. Oh, that's good. There we go. So there we go. That is going to go here. And then this one is going to come over and go right here. Very well, very well. That Mammoth, hello, sir. How are you today? If I'm looking at it from the back. This one is motor A. The other one is motor B. Nope, that was backwards. That was backwards. There's that. Now, let's do this. New window. Let's go over to my GitHub. Let's go to the backup for this printer. No. So if anybody's interested in building one of these, on my GitHub is all the files you're going to need. So if you've got your extrusions and panels from DFH, these are all the STLs you need to build it. Here's our backup. Printer config. Printer.cfg. All right, now let's move this over here. Let's M8P to pin out. Put this over here. Hardware pin out. Now I can go in and compare what I've got set to what pin versus what this says. So now we have a chamber thermistor. Find chamber thermistor. This is why the GitHub backups are so nice. So I don't have the printer on, but I can still get access to what my config was. Chamber. Sensor PB0. I can go over here. PB0 is the second one up. Okay, and now I've got a thermistor for the bed. Where did I have the bed plugged into? PF sensor pin, PB1. That's plugged into the first one. If you don't know how to do the GitHub backup of your configs, ModBot about a year and a half ago made an excellent video on how to do it. Right, now we've got our display. Display is plugged in. All right. All right, I got a green and yellow wire. Where does that go to? Oh, that's our can. High and low. Okay, So where's our can? Hook up pod. Can high and low is right there. All right, what else do we got coming up from the bottom? What is this? What is this? What is this? Oh, this goes to the SSR. So, what pins that I have controlling the bed? Heater pin PF9. Okay. I apparently had that running off of a fan port. Excellent. Where's this one? Okay, that's our plug for the Nevermore filter. So scroll down here and Nevermore PF7. So that's going into the first one. Okay, now what do we have left up here? Some power cables, power for our CAN bus board, our Wi-Fi antenna, just going to prove to be super annoying to plug in. Why? Why do you want to be so difficult? All right. There we go. Wi-Fi is plugged in. Then I'll put the Ethernet plug in later. I've got some LEDs that we're going to have to wire into this. So these are 4 pins. And boy, are these things not wanting to come apart. Goodness gracious. All right. Grab a second pair of Nipex. There we go. Now they're apart. All right. Back to this. We need to fix this. These aren't attached right. Because none of our thingamabobbers are actually, the sides aren't screwed in right. So, do I have a way to push this stuff through without having to take these skirts off? Because I don't want to. I don't want to. All right, well, there's one. So let's put a screw in that before she disappears. All right, there's a second one. Making progress. Not sure why I chose to run the SSR off of a fan port rather than just, you know, the bed heater port. Guess I just have to have a little faith in me of 4 months ago, 5 months ago, whatever it is. Might have just been because I didn't have any more little fork terminal things. That is a legit possibility. This is working better than I'd hoped, better than I expected. Really, for a minute, thought I was going to have to take this all apart. Dun, 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 dun. Whoa. All right, we got screws in there. Now, we are missing screws for back here. Where? Oh, Lord. This might be easier just to take this off. And find out where that other one is. I'm missing one of the nuts. Just to go in here. There it is. All right. Put that back on. All right. Screws. Starting to empty out the tray of screws over here. That means we're nearing the end. I am curious if
Okay.
that is interesting. That is interesting. I am trying to take a look and see. Anyway, well, I was trying to see if I had my Steve Builds membership, but I do not currently. I do believe he's streaming. Good chance that a lot of you are also watching his stream. He's doing his monthly members only stream, working on, what is he working on? It's a 3D sets, but what is he working on? The Reaper. He's working on the Reaper. So, if any of y'all don't know, and you're going to go ahead and just realize it, go ahead and dip out and head over to his stream. I thank you for watching. Please hit the like button on your way out. But if not, we'll continue on. I was just going to stop in and say hi on his stream, but I cannot. And in order to renew my membership, I'd need to go inside and grab my card and confirm the last 3 digits of the security code and all that hoopla. And that seems like a lot of work. All right, so we've got that. Now, we've got to get our 24-volt stuff sorted out here. So, positive. Negative. Right then. Stuff does not want to reach over there, so we will go over here. Yeah, come on, come on. That's it, that's it. So, positive. Positive for our CAN bus. Negative for our CAN bus. Now, from the power supply, we've got our negative, and we've got our positive. There we go. This fan gets screwed in over here. All right, so let's find our long screws that go there. 1, 2, 3, and 4. That's definitely not the screws I'm using for that. All right. This fan blows in across our CB1. Keep it nice and cool. And the rest of the controller board too, I guess. All right. So let us go ahead and reattach this. There we go. Try to make this look a little bit better. This is there we go. All right, so we've got these two wires. They can come in, go straight across right here. Then these come in. Go there. Try to clean up this wiring now. All right. There's that. All right. Now, that needs to get pulled down. This one needs to get pulled down. I think that is it for the top wiring. Now we move on to the bottom. All right, this one's gonna go there. Get our screw put in there to start with. Good boy. All right. Did your wifey duties for the day? I got mine out of the way. 7 o'clock. She wanted to go get the grocery shopping done, so we went and did that first thing this morning. Woke her up early to go do it, as a matter of fact. She thought I was joking about that, when in fact I was not. Yeah, last weekend. So part of the reason why there was only that one stream was partly Saturday we went to Easter dinner stuff for the old lady's dad's side of the family. But all day Friday, all day Saturday, anytime we weren't at Easter for her dad's side of the family, we were cleaning the house because her mom was coming up, and her mom had never been up to the house. She is, we bought the house and she's never been up, had never been up to see it. So we spent all weekend cleaning. So there was lots of mopping, lots of vacuuming, lots of everything. And still, after all that time, proud to admit that my garage was still the cleanest room in the house. It might not have been. Kitchen / dining room might have been. But it would have been a close call. Yeah, we bought this house in the middle of the COVID pandemic. Right before property rates skyrocketed, but after the interest rates dropped to nothing. So we made out all right. Overstretched, definitely, but by the time it's all said and done, it'll work out better for us in the end. Oh, I'm sorry, man. That sucks. Yeah, the value of my house is more than doubled in the 4.5 years that I've owned it. So I made out there. And the value of the dollar has dropped tremendously. So I get to pay it off with money that's worth less. All right, so we have one of the ducts finished. The other one, like I said, warped. So we're gonna clean this bed and try that one again. But here is the purple. Oh, it's upside down. That's why. Like, why is my extruder hanging off of this thing? The printer's upside down. Yeah. Well, at least you made out on the house that you sold. Got out of where? Aurora. As in like Texas? Aurora, Colorado. It is a shame what has happened to the state of Colorado. What it is now versus what it was, as I understand it, when I was a kid. All right, so there we go. Can we see that? Should we put some light on the subject? There we go. Light on the subject. Now, you still can't see it. Damn it. Damn it, Clark. Yeah, Clown Hammer. I'm sorry. I'm gonna be honest with you. I haven't paid much attention to the news in a little while now. I've got so much going on in my own life that getting stressed out about things I can't control. Eight one one. That's the number for where to dig, right? Yeah. Yeah, I've got a shovel and I know how to use it. Learned how to dig a hole when I was young. Was taught that as long as you know how to use a shovel, you'll never be without a job. Somebody always needs a hole dug. So, unfortunately, the side that printed is the side that was a real pain in the ass to get on. So, when the other side prints, I'll slide that off and put that duct on, and then we can make a judgment call as to which color duct we're going to use, the purple or the white. I really liked the Prince of Purple. Really liked that color. But I learned from the switch wire that the Dulles material. No Lee Marie 3D today. They are taking a weekend excursion. They said they're going camping. So that's awesome for them. Everybody deserves to get away for a little bit. You want to change your vote to purple? Will it let you do that? I don't know. It might. Now, the purple that we can change it to is a different purple. So the purple that we can change it to is the dark purple. Unfortunately, the light purple is not an option. It doesn't do well under stress. I'm excited. It feels like things are starting to come together. It's all coming together now. Yeah, so the darker purple is Midnight Meteorite, Galactic Midnight Meteorite. The tool head right now, this part here is Violet Void. This lighter purple here is Prince of Purple. The extruder's Midnight Meteorite. And then the ducks are just white, and debating whether or not. I mean, I know I don't like the white, so I don't know. Jack, you got a ant head on a printer, do you? What printer do you have? Micron, or are you just using it on like a tool changer or something, or what you got going on over there? Micron Plus. I tell you what, man. So I I thought that I was never going to see the Doom Cube extrusions for this. They got lost in the mail for over a month. So I just had given up and put it all together as a Micron Plus. And that is one sharp printer, man. The skirts on that and everything is sharp. What is going on? There we go. All right, there's that. That was weird. All right. Be able to tighten these up now. Did all right. Excellent. Let me see. Do I have a picture of this when it was built as the Micron Plus? Let's see. January. Nope. I don't think I ever took a picture of it. Man, I wish I had. Did I post one on? Build logs. Did I post one on here? No, 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 no. I guess this is as close as I got. So this is what it was with the R1 skirts on there. I mean, the thing looks sharp. All right. We're getting into the home stretch on this. What's the other color on your printer, Jack? Midnight Meteorite. What else you got on there? So I'm doing gonna be rebuilding the 2.4, and I've got one roll of each color that I'm gonna be using. I need to order some more. But we are going with well, let me show you. Wait a minute. Inland Sparkle Gray. So that's the Inland Sparkle Gray is Polymaker Galaxy Dark Gray. So we went with, for the 2.4, I'm going to pick up one more color, but we went with yeah, a lot of times it is. So we went with Cardavon. This is a really deep red, like a brownish red. Now their sparkle filament is not $18.99. That's, let's say 20, 25 and whatnot, and then matte galactic black, and then I'm gonna pick up some boron red. So the pirate theme, so I'm thinking for the switch wire, I might do yellow and black. Havoc, how's it going? Yeah, ambrosia is great stuff. Shrimp Father, how's your day at work going, sir? So when I had it built before, so on with the black switch wire frame before, was built with Sparta 3D fluorescent orange and obsidian black. And the switch wire that I currently have with the blue frame is made with the West 3D titanium anno and Polymaker Galaxy orange, which is kind of a burnish orange look. I like it. All right, so last of the skirts. Man, what is going on over here? Not lifted up this time. But driver is not wanting to do it. Uh-oh, I hear feet in the hallway. Not far from having as much ambrosia as I do polymaker. I don't know what I have more of. I mean, if you count all the PLA I have, then it's going to be polymaker. I haven't tried any of Ambrosia's PLA, but I also haven't bought PLA since Easter of 2024, so over a year. Man, this does not want to cooperate over here. Screws did not want to go in here. I don't know why. Hello, Zippy. Oh. So, on the topic of the rebuild of the 2.4, are there any cool skirts for that? Any cool aesthetic stuff? It's looked like that for over 2 years. Not that there's anything wrong with it. I just, while I'm reprinting everything, it'd be nice to change it up a bit. All right. So we've got skirts. We need to build a clicky probe. We need to build a clicky dock. We need to put the lights in. We need to put our SSR and everything in. We need to figure this out. That's positive. That's negative. The PLA is pretty good from them. I was shocked. I was able to print the ASA with no issues on my Ender 3. Just had to bag it. Nice. What on earth did they do to my screwdriver? So we need to put the fan in. Das Fan. All right. Oh, goodness. That looks terrible when it's blown up that big. Interesting. Well, I need to use the restroom. So I'm going to go do that. While I do, I'm going to leave you with you can watch the V0 print down there in the corner. I guess I can. That actually makes it smaller, doesn't it? That makes it smaller. Webcam. There you go. The quality on that is questionable, but it's something to look at. So I'll be right back. All right. I'm back. I didn't pay attention to how many people were here before I left, but there's definitely not many now. So to all 6 of you who are still here, thank you. Appreciate you. Yeah, zoom. Printing that other skirt. All right, so what do we got? We've got one. Okay, this is going to go to here for the bed to the SSR. This is going to be the other line for the bed. These are going to go over there. This is going to go here. Okay. Then these are going to go to the SSR. There's that. Now we need an M4 screw for this ground. Listening while cleaning the desk. Sorry, I had to print a comb to comb my hairs, both of them. Got some Sunlu filament. Friend of mine from another Discord server, he picked up King Rome filament recently, which, if I'm not mistaken, is made by Polymaker. It's another one of their filaments that they white label for a company. And he got cases of this stuff. It was on sale apparently for like $10 a roll or something like that. It's always PLA, sometimes PETG that's on sale. It's never ABS or ASA. Give me a good sale on some ABS or some ASA or all right, there's that. Now, let's find all of our lines here. 1, 2, 3. Excellent, excellent. Okay. These need to go under here, over to here, blue, ground, and brown. There's that. There's that. Now, wiring complete. Oh, yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense, Steven. I say problem. Like, I want to do some hue forges, but I don't have the assortment of filament to do them. How many? So, how many different colors did you get for $25 of the Sunloose sample packs? Like, what? How much total weight? How many different colors? We're not done wiring. We still have tool head. We still have, yes, we still have a tool head that we need to wire up. Okay, this needs to go this way. No. All right. Time for the little stubby. My little stubby drivers. All right. So that needs to go out that way. And so does this. Well, guess what, folks? We can compare the tool head colors after all. All right, where'd that purple duck go? There it is. Is this thing still not going to connect to my phone? It is still not going to connect to my phone. All right, so here's what we're going to do. We're going to take a picture. Let's get some light. All right. Now we're going to edit that. And we're going to rotate it. And rotate it again. Done. And then we're going to airdrop that. All right. Purple or white? They are our colors. I think it looks better in purple. I think it looks better in purple. Where did I put that driver? Y'all see my driver anywhere? There it is. Now, it would help if I put the heat insert in the thing. The one heat insert. Yeah, I do too. So that's what we're going to go with. I still might print, once I get it going, I still might print a set of ducks in the PPS CF. Just because I'm pretty sure that's going to be more heat resistant in the long run. if I'm going to be running this with some high temp materials. Yeah, I agree. I agree. I could always do the little filament cutter lever in white. So, Shrimp Father, to go off what you asked, Clown Hammer. So, my son has an Ender 3 that he has in one of those like grow tent enclosures, and he prints ABS in that okay. Uh, although he just went to try to level his bed yesterday after not using it for a while, and it was warped like crazy. So he doesn't have a like a probe on that printer, and the you got the four corners, they were fine. Center of the bed way low. Uh so I had given him an Ender 3 last summer. He took the glass bed off of it and put it on there because the one I gave him needs a thermistor still. Uh, apparently in transport to from Ohio to New Jersey, the thermistor somehow went bad. So it's been out of commission, which is unfortunate. Um, that one is a little bit better built. It's got MGN 12 for the X-axis and has a BL touch. That's in a lack enclosure, and I was able to print ABS on that too. I only did it a few times in a pinch long time ago, but it worked. Yeah. So I think what happened was that PCB, because I think that's a PCB heater, is, or I don't know, it just, because it's only supported on the sides, under heat, it just kind of dipped down and bowed down in the center. Oops. How'd that go? All right. So, fan. There. Get in there. All right. Where's that? Ah, shit. I'm going to have to do clicky macros on this thing now. All right. The other duct is almost done. There's a little saggy. uh, do I need to do anything else in the bottom of this printer? I do not think so. So, let us see. Okay, this is the bottom one. Two, three, four. Two, three, four, five, six, seven, eight. Probably be easier if I just took this over here. All right, so that's got to go in the corner. That's got to go in the corner. All right. One. These things are a pain. stuff doesn't exactly line up to begin with. So you gotta work it a little bit. All right. All right, our other purple duct is done over there. We'll give it a couple minutes for the bed to cool off. Ugh. I don't know about you guys, but I feel like we've made progress. All right, one momento. Un momento, por favor. All right, Clown Hammer, thanks for hanging out. I appreciate you. Probably still be here when you get back. All right, and we're back. Yeah, Clown Hammer, I've never been invited to Jerry's stream, but I'm pretty new at doing this, and I also don't really make and print the kind of and make the kind of content that most of those guys seem to, so you know. It is what it is. I am not offended, but also I will most likely not be on his stream. Though I think he does start streaming here in a couple minutes. I know Steve is also streaming. For his members only stream. I don't know if anybody else is streaming today or not. I imagine Nero, Canuck Creator, Taylor, man of many names, will probably be streaming this evening. He normally streams Saturday nights. I don't know who else streams on Saturdays, though. I'm sure there's a bunch of them. I made some popcorn while I was in the house. I need to go get it. I am hungry. I have not eaten since 6 p.m. yesterday, and I have been up since 9:30 p.m. yesterday. 'Cause I got out of work early last night, so I didn't have lunch at work. Oh, that's not true. I had a couple bites of monkey bread. I made monkey bread earlier. So I had some of that. Yeah.
What are those things for the rings that make them smaller?
In this drawer over here.
Which drawer?
Up there, Smalls.
Here?
Yeah.
Ring sizes?
Yeah. Where'd you get those from?
I got Mom found them. Alright, what do I do?
If you give me a minute, I'll help you. So, how big are these on you? Oh, good Lord, Smalls. I don't know if we're going to be able to get that far. So this is going to be our best bet.
There we go. Or we could put it on my middle finger. That might work better.
The whole thing is going to be ring sizer over here, Smalls.
But they're really pretty. A lot of them are design. And I wanted some rings.
The whole thing is just a ring sizer.
That's okay. Try my middle finger or my pointer either one. I think that one's a little bit smaller.
Think the ring's a little bit smaller?
Are they staying?
Not much.
Oh, that's sad.
Well, I think most of them are hanging out on some other streams right now.
How many people are watching?
10 right this second. It's been up and down. We peaked at 20, so that's pretty good. Yeah, that ain't gonna stay on that finger. Try it on the finger. Yeah, might stay on that.
Thank you.
You're welcome. All right. Where were we? She got feet. I need something to put some light on this. Something. I don't know. That's our RGB, and that goes there. We probably should attach that tool head, because it's not even screwed on there. What size is this screw? 20. It's a 10. It's a 16. All right. Nope, definitely not long enough. Whoa. All right. Just give this a measure. $25. We need an EM3 by 25. That's a 30. That's a 30. All right. M3 by 25. M3 by 10. Whoops. Well, now that's a problem. That is a problem. Our holes don't line up. All right, well, guess we gotta reprint that font. Hopefully the filament is dry enough to do it. Otherwise, it's going to be like 2 days of drying filament. What bit did I print? Yeah, I think I printed it on the satin one. All right. There we go. Upload. Upload and print. So, lights. We can do these lights. I am going to need to extend these wires. Goodness gracious. This is why it's so fun and entertaining doing these kind of builds, because you never know. I need to look up this Provoke 3D stuff and figure that out. Get those installed. But also, I don't have mounts for them. So we're going to have to get those printing. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Somehow I now have two of the same damn skirt. Same duct. Excellent. Love it. Love it. Love it. Cancel this. Can't believe you missed the first 5.5 hours. Can someone fill me in on what's going on? Absolutely, I can. G-code files. That's why somehow I have made it with two of the same duct. All right, so Micron, ain't head main, leaf cutter, no, ducks, standard flow, leaf cutter. That's what I did. So I need the right duct. Orange. V0. Disco. Now, let's see if I've got the light mount in here. Gantry parts. Nope. Matchstick mounts. Range. There she is. Clone 3. Okay. Sorry. Repo Man. I told you I would fill you in on what's going on. Number one, my camera being stupid. How it got back in tracking mode, I don't know. Anyway, so we're rebuilding the Micron. Switching out all these internal extrusions that are now purple. Used to be black. You know what just occurred to me? I do have a camera control. Which means that I should be able to zoom in. I could have zoomed in. So you all could have seen the difference between the white and the purple and given me your opinions. Anyway, so we're rebuilding it. And we're just working our way through it. I need to, it's kind of a bit of a marathon stream today because I need to get this thing done. Because I need it to be able to print some high temp material. That's where we are. That's what we're doing. Yeah, so I ended up with two of the same one because one of them's for the honey badger fan. I think that's it. Which is a little different thickness. I don't know which one was which, but whichever one that I printed last that's on there right now fits a whole hell of a lot better than the white ones did. So I just printed the left one. I'm going to print the left one in both colors. And slice plate. And print. And then we are going to work on our clicky probe dock and mount. That is what we are going to do now. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, bum, dun, dun, bum. Dun, 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 dun. In the morning. But first, I'm going to get a drink because I'm thirsty. And I've been talking a lot. Making me even more thirsty. And I got popcorn in there. So I'm going to go grab that. Y'all just hang tight, okay? I'll be right back. There's still monkey bread left. Making homemade bread. Put in the oven. Start proofing. And it's starting to puff up nicely. I love homemade bread. You can't find decent monkey bread here either. You got to make it at home and make it yourself. So I cheat. So how I make my monkey bread is I take the things of like Pillsbury cinnamon rolls. Take them, cut your cinnamon rolls up in the quarters, and then for two tubes of cinnamon rolls, it's half a cup of granulated sugar and like 2 teaspoons of cinnamon. Put the cinnamon and the granulated sugar in a bag. Put all your cut up cinnamon roll pieces in there. Shake it up. Put that in a 9x9 baking dish, and then in a saucepan melt a 1/4 cup of butter with a 1/4 cup of brown sugar and a tablespoon of maple syrup, and melt that. Don't bring it to a boil, just melt it all together, and then pour that over your cinnamon roll pieces, and then bake it in the oven for 25 minutes. 25 to 30 minutes at 350. And you've got monkey bread. This popcorn is kettle corn popcorn. I did not know that when I cooked it, but I do now. One of these days I should do a cooking stream. Because good at building printers. I'm great at cooking. Alright. Ethernet cord. There's our Ethernet cable. Thought I had a plug in that one. No, I did. I don't know what happened to it. You're good at cooking too? I once considered doing a culinary school and being a chef, and then I worked for a couple months at a country club, like on an average Friday, Saturday night, it was normally 2 to 3 weddings, Each one anywhere between 300 and 500 people. And I realized I like cooking far too much to do it for a living. I needed a snack. I was hungry. What kind of cooking do you do? Because I found that when you say cooking, there's a lot of different parts of that. There's baking, which is completely different. You got grilling and smoking, and then, I mean, there's so many different things. I ended up going to mechanic school instead. Yeah, baked goods are awesome. Everybody loves baked stuff. Cookies, pies, cakes. Of all the things, I think baking's the hardest one. As far as to be creative, because baking's actually a lot of that's chemistry. So you got to have some idea of what you're doing to get that to work. Yeah, I've only tried a couple different bread things. I love bread too. I say I got 2 loaves rising right now. Agreed. Agreed. At some point, I need to get back to doing something. Printer related rather than me just shoveling popcorn into my face. All right. Put some heat sets in here. This is the only other thing in here that's going to be in this violet void is the clicky dock. Forgot I printed this in the... All right. looks like M3 by 20s. No, I got the extrusions pre-cut. All right. Yeah, the extrusions were pre-cut. I don't think I've ever cut any of the extrusions for any of my things. I cut down the extrusion for the Enraged Rabbit carrot feeder. I think that's it. Oh, I had to cut down the extrusions for the clicky clacky door and tried it. So my Trident is an LDO orange frame. It's a 300, but it's not the LDO 300 cubed. And I could not find a clicky clacky door for that in orange. I do not think they even ever made one. I didn't think they made an orange clicky clacky door ever for anything. But turns out West 3D, Dan had one for a 2.4 350 in orange. So I got that and had to cut it down to the size of a 300 by 250 Trident. Now, because my frame was out of the beta runs of frames for the when they're first developing the Trident, it was out of that beta run. it is a different color orange than the door. So, but it's still orange. So, close enough. It's way better than putting a black door or something on there. I'd sooner not have the door than have like black or something. I considered doing the space gray because there is gray in the color scheme on it, but I decided against it. All right. So we are going from, we had tap, and we are going to clicky instead. I will be taking tap out of the 2.4 as well too when I rebuild it. We'll be going back to clicky probe in there. This is the last thing I printed on there. All right, now the fun part. Magnet orientation. That magnet is a totally different size. All right. Uh-oh. Lost communication with MCU. Yeah, she would have been all right. Oh well, better safe than sorry. I couldn't tell if it had purged all the color out from the last color, and I didn't want to spend an hour and a half printing something that ended up having the first layer contaminated by a different color. So I canceled it and restarted it just to be on the safe side. All right. Now I'm going to mark these magnets so I know which space is supposed to get glued in. Well, that's great. It just comes right off. Yes, self-tapping screws. Right, that's right. Must have our screws. All right. This one doesn't look like it's sticking up above the plastic enough. It's going to cause issues. All right. Glue in the magnets for the clicky probe. Now, we will need 2 more. Thought I got enough out. I did. Here's we need dab of glue there. Dab of glue there. There we are. All right, most excellent. All right. Clear this off. All right, there we go. Prepare. All right, let's do this. Let's move this over here. This over here. This over there. This over here. For some reason, I find that same thing happens on the switch wire. I will get MCU disconnect errors, and I can run the same exact print again and get the same exact disconnect error at the same exact spot. I've done it like 5 or 6 times in a row before, and then rearrange the parts on the plate and reslice it. No issue. I do not understand why. Like, it fails in the same exact spot on the same exact layer. It's like it's a problem with the G code itself or something. But it only ever happens on the switch wire and the V0. I don't know why. If anyone has any ideas, I'd love to hear them. Because it's super annoying. kind of at a bit of a loss as to what to do now while we wait for parts to print. I need to be able to get into the sides, put these lights in, the back to finish up the wiring. So I can't exactly put the sides on. So we might just have to call it there for now. Made a lot of progress. We'll make some more. I'll probably button up some of this stuff off stream. Wiring the tool head. Wiring in these lights and such. At this point, the build's pretty much done. Except for those little tedious things that aren't any fun to watch anybody do anyway. So, I don't know what we'll be doing after this. Until I get some filament ordered for that 2.4. And start doing the rebuild on it. Anyway, thanks for hanging out, y'all. Thanks for watching. If you haven't already, hit the like button. I appreciate it. And we'll see you back here next time. Have a good weekend.